We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian-owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Ipswich for finals day here at the IROC event, part of Rotax Life. 20-lap finals for each of our categories. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there that may be either joining us on track or live through the Ipswich Kart Club YouTube page. We've got our first final out there, that being Rotax Light. We'll split light and heavy for today. Keegan Fraser and Rowan McConnell off the front row. Charlotte Page and Logan Lullis, the next row of the grid. Row number 3, Jack Wells to 24 and Daniel Brown to 31. Zach Thompson to 41 and Louis Brown to 42. Cohen Kukotovic to 44 and a 57 of Holly Holden Stewart. That grid was incorrect, actually. Jace Matthews, I thought he would have been off the front row. He is. Mark Tulloch and Toby Spinks. So that's a bit odd. But we kick things off. Down to turn number 1. Oh, no! We haven't even got to turn 1. And we've had a huge shunt. Oh, Matthews has gone straight across the grass to try and rejoin. The 24 there of Jack Wells did exactly the same thing once he saw what Matthews was up to. Boy, oh boy. After limited incidents yesterday, it's already game on and we weren't even 100 metres down the line. But we're going to go full course caution and have a full reset, actually. Get the yellow and green chevron flag. The officials wanting a complete restart on this one. So Wells will pull up alongside Jace Matthews. Matt Payne bringing you all the action once again. Had all of our heats yesterday. This is where our finals are on the line. Of course, the Rotax Life events, of which there's been a number of them, are the precursor to the qualification event for the Rotax Grand Finals, which will be held down in Albury-Wodonga, September 13 and 14. Now we're going red flag on the racetrack, so no, we're not. We're back underway. That was a little cleaner, down to turn number 1. Everyone through that part. Okay. Wells booking himself an appointment with our stewards after the race. Charlotte Page right up in the mix early on this morning. Spinks was unable to continue on out there. But Jace Matthews it is who leads currently. It's our first competition lap. To 17 a Page in second, then Fraser, followed by Zach Thompson, who's made a great start. Coming up the order, Cohen Kukotovic and Logan Lullis. Then it was Wells, Brown, Tulloch, Daniel Brown, Holly Holden Stewart and McConnell. That's the order as they sit at the moment. But Jace Matthews picking up where he's left off yesterday. Wells has dropped down the order to 7th spot, so he could potentially be feeling some damage after all of that. There's Fraser in the 4. Now they come to the line. Oh, Jack Wells trying to fight back. He's just given Cohen Kukotovic the short back and sides at turn number 1. Matthews lead 0.4 of a second over Page. Thompson up to P3. So the Victorian certainly positioning himself nicely for not only the Grand Finals qualifications, but also to win the Australian Kart Championship. Heads north in July. Wells up another spot to 4th now. Charlotte Page doing a terrific job at the moment. Just under 0.6 of a second away from Jace Matthews, but she's under the pump from Zach Thompson at the minute. The number 41 really pressuring the tail of her and goes up the inside. So Zach Thompson up to position number 2. Jack Wells on the charge now. He joins this duo. Charlotte's trying to fight back here. Down the inside she goes. Bit of pump drafting coming from the 24 as well. And then Wells gets through. Page checked up on Thompson there. And he touched slightly. 16 laps to go. So Wells chasing down Jace Matthews, your leader now. That lead out to 1.6 seconds. Page holding on here in front of Thompson, but not for much longer. Thompson goes up the inside. Thompson up to 3rd now. Fraser just off them in 4th position. So Fraser closing in on the back of Charlotte Page. Page, of course, raced extensively last year over in Europe, combining that with the local racing here and nationally on the AKC. Well, starting to close in on Matthews now. It's a 47.744 the last lap for Jack Wells, a 48.015 for Jace Matthews. Big slide job coming there from Jack Wells as he got past Charlotte up into 4th spot. So he's on a bit of a move there. Logan Lullis, he's part of this group of 3 now as well in a parallel kart. Tulloch's pulled out of this one as well. Wells has got the lead down to 0.6 of a second. So around they come, Jace Matthews. The highly experienced Sunshine Coaster. Great to have the team from IKD with us this weekend. The official Australian distributor of Rotax products. They held the National Cup here last year. There's been a change in the way that Rotax approaches its karting and its Grand Finals event, which will be held in the first week of December over in Bahrain. Wells driving very, very hard here. He's got it down to within striking distance, has Jack Wells. Now that we are at the halfway point in this one, you know that he's under a cloud after that front straight incident. Under a cloud, but also may have a front drop down issue as well, that being the front bumper. Have to remain basically in their position, or a driver will receive a 2-place penalty. So Wells is now in a slipstream and getting some of that air wash from Jace Matthews in the CXR kart. Thompson and Fraser having a battle for third and fourth. They come towards us at the Video Pro corner. Charlotte's still in fifth spot, followed by Louis Brown, then Lullis Kukotovic, Daniel Brown, Ryan McConnell and Holly Holden-Stewart. There your runners out there at the moment. To the line they come. Oh, Jack Wells slid it into turn number one. Through Brisbane Karts corner they go. It's a great way to kick things off here today. Rotax Heavy to come up next. Through goes Thompson and Fraser. Fraser in the 4. The DPE Arrow kart. The brand that he's become synonymous with over the years, leading him to an Australian championship a couple of years ago. All these drivers with the Rotax Max FR 125 cc motor attached. We're in 28-29 horsepower. Really revolutionised the way that people viewed kart racing, given it is a touch and go system. Undergoing a period of rebuild here in Australia after a couple of lean years. Wells now pushing on to the rear of Matthews. They come to the line. 8 laps left to go. Now Wells goes for the move. Oh, wasn't a pretty move by any stretch of the imagination. And Jace Matthews returns serve. So Wells has got to turn around and do it all again now through the RHQ corner. There'll be 5 to go when they come to the line the next time. Jace Matthews comfortably in the lead at the moment. Can Wells fight back? Thompson there in third spot, still right there. Wells, geez, he's got a run going down the front straightaway. This is where it happened last time. Nothing available to young Jack through there. Down towards the Video Pro turn they come. Through this part of the lap, Matthews has the advantage. It's the back end of the lap where Wells seems to be able to pick it up through Autobahn. Fraser still in behind. The 41 of Zach Thompson. Big grip going down into turn number 1. Coming towards us right now. Logan Ellis gets past Charlotte Page out there. $16 laps in the books. They'll have 3 to go when they come to the line the next time. You're at the front, still hasn't changed for a number of laps. Nor is this one in the fight for third, the final podium spot. Zach Thompson driving for Thompson Motors. Further back, Kukotovic in the Velocity Race Division kart. Gets past Louis Brown. In fact, Daniel Brown goes through as well. The gap being maintained there at 0.17 by Jace Matthews. There's still time for Jack Wells to throw a challenge. There'll be 2 laps to go when they come to the line this time. This is the end of lap number 18, 20-lap final. In that battle further down the pack, Louis Brown gets back past Cohen Kukotovic. Matthews now coming down towards our camera position in the middle of the Ipswich Kart Club racetrack. Very much got it under control now, as they'll come around to get their last lap. Fraser, he's been stuck about that 3 kart lengths behind Zach Thompson. Hasn't made any real impression since getting himself up to 4th. 1 lap to go now for Jace Matthews to come around and get another big race victory here at IROC. Out of the Alley Tracks corner. Started off quite messy, but it settled back into a standard groove. There's a battle for 3rd and 4th in the bottom of your screen. As Matthews shoots down the backstretch for the final time. Checkered flag is at the ready for Jace Matthews, who comes on to the Capri straight away and gets the win. Jack Wells second, then it was Zach Thompson. Fraser in 4th spot, Logan Nellis in 5th, and Daniel Brown gets past Charlotte Page in the end. In 8th spot was Louis Brown, then Cohen Kukotovic, Rowan McConnell, and Holly Holden-Stewart has had a difficult run out there, but Matthews gets it done by half a second. We're going to take a break from IROC. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back to the Ipswich Race of Champions. Here today, we've got Rotax Heavy out on track, and on the front row, it's a Parallel and Precision driving team with a good mate, Sammy Houston and Harrison Hoey, the pair doing an Australian karting podcast. It was only launched a couple of months ago. Next row of the grid, Jack Black, the CS55 colour science kart, and Brent Redding, the number 58. Row number 3, the 94 of Tyler Budden and Zane Morrison, the number 1. Row number 4, the 15 of Hayden Buchanan, and the 2 of Rudy Farkas. Then it's Brady Buchanan in the 16, Lincoln Chesser, the 14. As we get set for a start, we're underway. Houston gets a good one. Hoey trying to go up the inside, not able to do it right there. 20 laps on the board. Then it's Rotax Heavy final. Brent Redding's got a good start. He's up to third. Now they open the door on Houston. Redding will go around the outside. Houston got a wheel off on the dirt on the way up to the top corner. They work their way around to complete the first lap here. There's Brent Redding, the number 58 Puntino machine. Brand new chassis into Australia. He's got that slight advantage there, Redding, over Sam Houston. Bit behind them in fourth as they come towards us is Jack Black. He's dropped back to fifth as Morrison goes up the inside of him. Black was concerned this morning about his body holding up for the full 20 laps. Doesn't do as much racing these days. Of course, works in the family business, IKD. How are we getting on with the business? He's doing double duty this weekend. Also in DD2. Had some problems in that one yesterday, which I'll explain when we get there. Had to catch up with the Hoeys this morning. There's Morrison. One Rotax Heavy on this circuit at the National Cup last year. Australia won't have a Rotax Heavy representative at the Grand Finals in December. We will have a Senior Max, a Junior Max, a DD2 and DD2 Masters competitor at the event. So the gap now from Hoey back to Redding, 1.2 seconds. Using the same engine as what we saw in Rotax Light, but at a heavier rate. If you're interested in getting involved in the sport, make sure you jump onto the Ipswich Kart Club Facebook page. Also, Karting Australia's official website has all of the information that you need, including your local club at karting.net.au. At all stages and all ages, you can jump on board the sport as they now come down the front straightaway. Black under attack from the 94 of Tyler Budden through into turn number 1. New fastest lap for Hoey, a 48.425 as he continues to build the advantage on Brent Redding out there. Houston still third. Morrison a tick quicker than Houston in the Lando Norris kart. Down the front stretch goes your race leader now. Black still being pressured here by the 94 as they come to us. Further up the road, Morrison just chipping away to try and close to the rear of Sam Houston. He'd dearly love to get a podium here this weekend. Bit of 14 laps before he knows if that's going to happen. It's Howie, Redding, Houston, Morrison, then Black. And Budden your top six, then Buchanan, Farkas, Chesser and Buchanan, that being Brady. Howie just keeps getting faster out there. A 48.365. That was 0.2 of a second quicker, more than 0.2 of a second quicker than Brent Redding in second. Redding did his personal best the last lap, a 48.583. As did Houston, Morrison and Black. But it's all Harrison Hoey up front. He's a two-time and defending tag champion, looking to make it 3 in a row this year at the Australian level. Now Morrison, he's all over the back of Houston here. Up the inside, oh no! They've come together at the hairpin. Morrison went for the big move on Houston and got into the side of him. Oh boy. He wasn't far enough up for the move to be on. That's dropped them both down the order and out of a podium position, and has promoted Jack Black up to position number 3. But Black's got Budden on his tail, who was pushing really hard here. Houston trying to fight back, further back in the pack. There's Hoey. You can see the advantage that he's got. It's out to nearly 3 seconds over Brent Redding as they come to the line. 12 laps to go. Houston gets past Hayden Buchanan back inside the top 5. He's a long way behind. But if the similar thing happens between Black and Budden, he'll certainly be in position to jump up to that third spot. There's Black, the Carlos Sainz kart, the CS55. A new addition to the world karting scene midway through last year. Sainz changing his Formula 1 colours this year to Williams Grand Prix. Doing a pretty solid job too, it has to be said, at this stage. Oh, he's just going for it. He's opened the lead out to 3.8 seconds, and we aren't even at the halfway point yet. Further back, Morrison also trying to fight his way back forward. He's up to 7th. He's got Hayden Buchanan in front of him. There he is, up the inside. So that's another one chipped off as he starts to mount his fight back. Houston's on the charge here in this battle for third. It's now become a race in 3. They're bottled up behind Jack Black. Black was nearly a full second slower than Harrison Hoey on the last lap. Houston gets through on Budden. So that's 1 down, 1 to go to get himself back towards the podium. His best lap, Sam Houston, some 0.4 of a second quicker than Jack Black's best lap. To the line they come. 3/10 of a second separate. Black in third and Houston in fourth spot now. The red mist will be down on Sam Houston after that incident earlier on that we graphically captured for you. Through the video pro turn they go. Now Houston in the slipstream here. You'll have a look at the Sydney sider. Straight up the inside. And into third spot goes Sam Houston. There's 8 laps to go here. It was a personal best for Houston of 48.8. Reading in second spot was 0.2 of a second quicker on that lap. It's a fair distance, 7.6 seconds between Reading in second and Sam Houston in third spot. You need almost a miracle from here with Sam Houston if he's to go up another place, but he'll be there in third. Morrison fighting forward now. He's on the tail of Tyler Budden. Budden in a white helmet on your screen. The Lando Norris Australia 1 kart of Morrison. Morrison out of the Coffs Harbour Kart Club on the mid-north coast of New South Wales, making the trek up for this weekend. Budden, who is chasing down out of the Newcastle Kart Club. But competitors travel from far and wide this weekend. So now we've got a three-way battle for fourth spot. Black, Budden and Morrison. Harrison Hoey out by nearly 5 seconds. It's a nice and tight battle here. Got Junior Rotax coming up next. Oh, no, problem. A problem for Brent Redding. See this quite often from Brent. So that now promotes Sam Houston up to second spot. And Jack Black into third. So this battle between Black, Budden and Morrison is now for the podium. Morrison's booked himself a meeting with our officials post-race after the incident with Sam Houston earlier on. He got the black and white flag. Budden looking up the inside. He gets her on Black. Now he's in a podium spot. Black just gets a bit of ripple into the Power Republic turn number 1. That'll give Morrison that little bit that he might be looking for here. Budden's left the pair of them now as they come towards us. He sat behind Jack Black there for a long time, did Tyler Budden. Now we'll see what real pace that he's got as Morrison gets through on Black now. Three laps remaining for Harrison Hoey. 14.2 seconds is the lead. It's a Parliament 1 and 2 at the moment. Management change at Parallel Australia over recent times. There's Howie in the bottom of your screen. He's just cruising out there. $18 laps down, 2 to go. Morrison closing in on the back of Button now. That's a battle that you're watching for the final spot on the podium as they come to the line. Brady Buchanan also pulling out of this race. So can Morrison get past Button here? Oh, he's on his way home. 1 lap remaining. Morrison looking for a switchback here. Will he be close enough at the end of the straight to have a look? Close enough, but Button has that kart pitched perfectly in the middle of the racetrack. Morrison having a crack here. Harry Hoey with 1 corner to go. And he gets the win. Through the top turn, Morrison. He's in the slipstream in his battle for 3rd spot. Budden holds the inside line. Houston comes through for 2nd place now. And Budden holds on over Morrison. Then Jack Plack home in 5th. Buchanan home in 6th spot. Then it's Rudy Farkas and Lincoln Chesser to round out our finishes. We're going to take a break and be back soon. And we are back here at Ipswich for the IROC event, part of Rotax Life. You're about to see some of the best young junior racers in Australia take it on in this 18-lap junior Rotax final. Hamish Campbell represented Australia at the grand finals last year over at Sarno in Italy. He's off next week to Valencia. He will line up in position 1, kart 1. Riley Harrison, the South Aussie, the number 24 machine on the outside front row. Monty Jemison, the 34. Then the 15 of Cruz Petroni. Braxton Regan will line up 5th. Then Dimmer McCarley. We are away. Gabriel O'Kayam trying to get off the line there. He's had a reasonable weekend, as Gabriel O'Kayam. Oh, 2 have gone around. One of them being Harrison. He went hard into the wall. Pretty sure that was the 34 of Jemison. that he collided with. Oh, so that's a real shame for Riley Harrison, the kart class driver. Eight laps on the board in this one. That's given Hamish Campbell a huge lead in the early stages here. Both Harrison and Jemison out of commission. In fact, Jemison's been able to get restarted, but he's a long way behind. 1.7 seconds off the start is the lead that Hamish Campbell holds here. Carbon copy of the Rotax Nationals from this very venue last year. Cruz Petroni, he has just been given the biggest kick along because we are about to go full course caution on this one to move the Harrison kart to a safer position. So this is our version of a safety car. Everyone slows right down. Petroni and McCarley, along with Braxton Regan, will be stoked with this taking place because Campbell's lead has been cut. We're going red on the racetrack now. We've got a tyre wall that has been dislodged during that incident, so our officials have decided to pull a red flag on this one as they come back around. We'll take a short break and be back shortly.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
So welcome back to Ipswich. We've been down and sorted out that issue with the track, and it is under control, and we are safe to let our karters back, our junior Rotax competitors out there. Hamish Campbell, he had a 1.7 second lead after that turn 2 incident on the first lap. It was closed right down under slow board. And now Cruz Petroni, he's been a big benefactor. He'll sit in second spot there, right on the hammer of Hamish Campbell. See how much IndyCar he's been watching here. How good he is on the restart. Cruz Petroni. Green flag is in the hand of our starter. We're away. Down to turn 1. Everyone through there pretty cleanly. Hamish Campbell picking up where he left off. Of course, mentioning IndyCar yesterday, or certainly on Friday night, Ipswich Raceway's own Lockie Hughes got through to win his first Indy Next event at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and another Ipswich product in Brock Feeney getting the chocolates in supercars yesterday. Juice Campbell's wasted little time. Then this morning, Lockie Hughes finishing second in the Indy Next Championship. His Andretti global teammate Dennis Hager took the win and continues to lead the championship. Buster Bailey and Leo Liuve had a problem out there. Great little battle here. Dimmer McCarley up to second. Then it's Braxton Regan who's made the move on Petroni. Regan up on the podium at the moment. Is Petroni under attack down at turn 1 from Nico Clements. Johnny just stepped out of Cadets, has Cruz Petroni out of the Whitsundays Club in North Queensland. Oh, big move on El Kayam there. That was Jamison trying to fight his way forward after the turn 2 incident on lap number 1. And he just barreled his way past Gabriel Okayam, which he left him then vulnerable to a couple more. 12 laps remaining. McCarley with the quickest lap of the race now. A 48.459. He's closed that to under a second. Nico Clements up to 4th. McCarley's lead sitting at just under a second. There's Braxton Regan in the FA kart, the Fernando Alonso machine. He's got the 84 of Clements on the charge. Clements looking for a podium here. It's right behind Regan, who won the first round of the Australian Kart Championship down in Melbourne. Here's another driver out of the mid-north coast of New South Wales representing the Coffs Harbour Kart Club. Looking forward to heading down there in a couple of months' time with all of the improvements that they've made. So McCarley not really affecting too much change at the front. It still remains about that 9/10 to 1 second. Campbell's getting faster though, a 48.021 for the Tony Kart Australia driver. It's been represented by Karting Australia to be part of the FIA Academy Trophy, a 3-round series over in Europe, kicking off next weekend. Further back, Gilkheim gets his way past Petroni and into the 6th spot. Petroni trying to fight back here. Geez, Jamison. He's come from the clouds. He's up to 3rd spot. So Monty Jamison has come from the rear of the field. He was a benefactor out of the restart, and he's used it to great effect. The next one on his list, with Dimmer McCarley sitting in 2nd spot. Now that Jamison's made that move into 3rd, we'll have a look at the lap times. Because O'Kiam's now on the back of Clements. O'Kiam in that orange helmet. It's become his signature piece. He's heavily into his graphic design, does all of the sticker kit designs for his kart. Does Gabriel O'Kiam. Hamish Campbell maintaining the lead at a second. There's McCarley, that familiar laid-back driving style that he does in the Arrow kart. Was a Cadet star. And now, a couple of years into juniors, really starting to play his trade quite well. Down the backstretch, there's the gap. 1st to 2nd. The number 1 machine of Hamish Campbell. It's got a red colouring behind the number that denotes a national cup rather than an Australian championship, which is the green plate. Teams down on the fence, giving their charges the instructions. Pete Prenesti pushing along his driver. O'Kiam's close now. Right on the back of Regan. Up the inside. He makes the move. So Gabriel O'Kiam, he's up a further spot into 4th. And now Regan under attack. Oh, sideways on. My goodness. That was Clements. He was all sorts of sideways. How he hung on to that. I think Regan might have almost been the one that turned him back to a forward-facing position. The back just stepped out on him. But that's really closed it up. Regan's in there. So too Petroni and Buster Bailey. He's not far away either. There'll be 5 laps to go when we come by this time. New quickest lap the last time by for McCarley in 2nd. Bailey makes up a spot on Petroni. So Buster Bailey looking solid this weekend as well. Been impressed by O'Kiam's efforts. Oh. Plenty of elbows out racing, which we became quite a few years ago used to in the junior Rotax division. So McCarley really taking the meters out of Hamish Campbell up the front. He was nearly a tenth quicker than Campbell that time. Was McCarley. Through the Revolution race gear, flip-flop they go. We're on lap number 15, so they'll only be 3 to go when they come to the line. The field streaming on through. Got a short day of competition today. Longer races for our finals. And if you weren't able to tune in live, you can tune in on demand after the weekend is complete to both yesterday and today's action. Now, McCarley's got it down to 0.4 here with 3 to go. As O'Kayam jumps through with the quickest lap of the race of 47.668. Could we be in for a grandstand finish here? Hamish Campbell, the National Cup holder. This isn't a National Cup, but it's a qualifier for the Rotax National Cup. Middle of September, you've got to do a Rotax Life event before you can go and do that event. New personal best for Campbell on that lap. Another new quickest lap for Gabriel O'Kayam. He's got the battle for third down to 0.8. Will he have enough here to take it to Monty Jamison? But they will get the last lap board when they come around the next time. There may not be that opportunity. McCarley not quite close enough at the moment. He's got one lap to do it as they come on to the on-site rental group Capri straight away. O'Kayam's got that gap down to 0.334 in the battle for third. Is there enough left in the tank of the number 13? Campbell's starting to have a peek over the shoulder. All you'll see is the number 27 right behind him. Down the back stretch they go. The battle for third in the bottom of your screen. Through the final corner, and it's going to be Hamish Campbell who holds on to it. Second place will go to McCarley. Then Jamison. Good drive from the back of the field to come into third. Gabriel O'Kayam into fourth spot there. Then it'll be Clemenson Bailey. Braxton Regan into seventh spot. Then Petroni, Lee Yu, and Archie Bristow. That completes our junior Rotax final. K3 Senior to hit the track after we take a short break. We're back at IROC, the Ipswich Race of Champions, KA3 Senior, out on circuit now. First non-Rotax class of the weekend. These guys are getting prepared for the Australian Championships here in July. Before that, in a couple of weeks' time, the AKC will be in Newcastle, live on 7+. Both Saturday and Sunday. The grid for the final. Jed Adamson to start on a pole. Zach Hurd, the outside front row. The 70 of Dom Penman and Annabelle Kennedy off of row number 2. The two Christians, Sasso and Astasi, off the third row. Henry Stratford, the 42. Matty Feather and all the rest of them. We are away and down to turn number 1. Some of the best in Australia in action here at this one today. A couple have come together towards the back. One's got collected on the way through. Up through the top turn they go for the first time. Adamson, who leads the way in the 71. Out of the JSH Racing stable, with Zach Hurd in second spot. That's an unfortunate ending out there. One of our P-platers. So it's Adamson from Hurd by 0.3 of a second. Penman and Sasso. Kennedy drops to 5th. Then Astasi. Matty Feather up to 7th. Henry Stratford, Will Thompson and Sebastian Simonelli rounding out your top 10 at the moment. It's Liam Turnbull, our racer, who's no longer taking any part in this one. Starting to get tight at the front here. We've got 7 karts in it. A typical KA3 senior battle. You're using the IAMI K100 air-cooled motor. This one's going to go right down to the wire. This could be the race of the weekend. Been very clean racing since we started yesterday. An unusual 2-day race meeting here. But we'll certainly have it all done so that Mother's Day lunch can take place after everything's been packed up. To the line they come. The end of lap number 3. Hurd's picked up the pace here. He took a 10th out of Jed Adamson. Adamson, the winner of the first round of the Australian Championship this year. Dominic Penman, one of the youngsters that's come through the system here in Ipswich. Made a move to Empire Kart Sport. Bedshed number 70 out of the Sunshine Coast. He's got Christian Sasso right on his tail. Sasso in the 74. The Victorian out of Melbourne driving for the Pro Karting stable. They've got a fair crew here this weekend. Saw them down on track walk earlier on. One of the biggest outfits in Melbourne. Annabelle Kennedy in 5th spot. Another Australian that will represent Karting Australia at the FIA Academy in the senior category. She's just dropping off the back of this top group. It's Krishna Stasi. He wants to catch right up to this these 5 that are racing it out for this Rotax Life event. The IROC, the first ever IROC. Another great initiative from the club. Adamson responds to Hurd with the fastest lap of his owners, 49.625. Starting to tighten up there behind Zach. Didn't have the greatest lap that time by, with the three drivers behind him being quicker. Surastasi just come through there, trying to catch up. Henry Stratford, one of the locals here, is also not too far away. Now Annabelle's picked up the pace in fifth. She's on the back of Sasso now. Penman sticking right with the top two. Kennedy not close enough there. Have a look, the number 8's come to grief. That's Balin Pease. It's unfortunate. And to Balin's IROC as we have a new race leader. Zach Hurd goes up the inside. He leads away. The Sydney side up. Making the trek up. He's been a regular visitor this year. Penman has a look now. Dominic Penman goes to second on Jet Adamson. So in the space of two corners, Adamson's gone from first back to third. Now he's under attack from Christian Sasso and Annabelle Kennedy. Adamson back up the inside. Here comes Kennedy now. She had the momentum up the straight and was able to open a door on Christian Sasso. Kennedy up to fourth. So can Annabelle make it onto the podium here? Sasso punching on in a 74. Maybe what he needed was for Annabelle to get in front of him, as she's setting sail for Dominic Penman. Hurd's been controlling this race since making the decisive move. However, Adamson just took a little over 2 tenths out of him. He's fought back. They'll be at the halfway point when they come to the line next time. So Kennedy with the new quickest lap. They're in fourth position. And Adamson now right on the tail of the number 48. The two Kart Republics 1 and 2. Kennedy fighting it out to get herself on the podium. That'll be a huge result for her as she heads over to Europe for this Academy Trophy. Up the inside goes Jet Adamson. These two fight it out all across the country. Adamson's really stepped up his program this year. That's given Penman a bit of initiative. Oh, could there be a problem here? think there is. Oh, I heard he's all over the show. I'm not sure what happened there. But he's more than likely going to get a mechanical defect flag for the rear bumper hanging off the kart. Our officials will have to look at that, and yes, indeed, it has been issued. So you're not allowed to have any piece of bodywork dangling off your kart. Hurd knows that the rear bars come adrift, so that means his day will be done. That promotes Dominic Penman to second, Annabelle Kennedy to third. Now the pressure's on Sasso. Have a look at Kennedy here. Right on the tail of Dominic Penman. If she can get past Penman, has she got the pace then to try and close it down to Jet Adamson? Adamson starting to pull away up the front. I get the feeling that Penman might be concerned with Kennedy on his tail. In some ways has lost sight as Annabelle goes to second now. Sasso, opportunistic move. In fact, there was a Stasi that made a big move up to fourth position. The Sydney racer. In the ultimate karting, number 28. And then the 40 is out of commission. That's Simonelli. So that's unfortunate for the local driver. So the lap times the next time by are going to be interesting. We'll have 6 laps to go when they come over the finish line the next time. Jesus, Stasi's found some pace late in this one. He goes up the inside of Penman. He's getting it from everywhere is Dominic Penman at the moment. Okay, so it was a 49.626 for Adamson that time by a 7.06 for Kennedy. There's Penman in the 70 machine. He's got the blue plate on, meaning he's a state champion. Still got Sasso behind him for the time being. Then Henry Stratford's got himself up inside the top 6. It's a battle for fourth position that we're keeping an eye on at the moment. The top 3 look relatively comfortable. The Stasi moving into the third position and just taking off. It's not over and done with behind that. So down the backstretch they go now. Penman holding on by the skin of his teeth. The Victorian Sasso right behind him. Stratford doing a terrific job in 6th spot. Next one out there is Cooper Fish and Matty Feather in 8th. Ryan Reid in 9th and Tommy Rosso. He's moved his way into the 10th spot in the number 46. Another one of the drivers out of Newcastle that's with us this weekend is Tommy Rosso. So they'll have 3 laps remaining. Jet Adamson, one of our local drivers from the Ipswich Kart Club, is doing it comfortably now. He was under the pump a little bit earlier on. But once he got it all sorted out, he's just taken off up the front. He holds a second lead over Kennedy now. Estasi third. Penman's pulled away here from Sasso and Stratford. They're these two having their own battle that's been going a number of laps now. They both had a very slow lap the last time by nearly 51 seconds. So that would explain what's happened there. So now Stratford has a look, but he's on the outside. Into the Howard's concreting corner. Good move. Stratford up to position number 5. Cooper Fish, another one of the pro karting drivers here this weekend. He's now right on the back of Sasso. He's an Ipswich Kart Club member. Pit drives for the Lindstrom family-led operation. Last lap now for Jed Adamson to add another big win to his tally. Annabelle Kennedy doing a terrific job. Oh, Sasso and Fish. Fish getting past Sasso. That lap, that was furious. Adamson doing it comfortably up front now. He's just in cruise control with Kennedy behind him. We'll get the checkered flag when they come to the line. Out of the final corner comes Jet Adamson. And he gets a win. Second place goes to Annabelle Kennedy. A terrific drive. Then Astasi worked his way through the field to finish in third. Dominic Penman, the next one over. Then Henry Stratford, Cooper Fish, 6th place. Then Feather, Sasso, then Rosso. Will Thompson rounding out your 10. Then Ryan Reid home in 11th spot. Followed by Higgins and Brennan. Then Kittle, Yarwood, Zonta and Simonelli. There they are down in the in-grid area. You can see the scales there. They have to meet the minimum driver and can't wait before they can award the top places. They'll also get checked for their front nose cones as well. You can really see emotion down there. Jack Adamson, another big win for the driver of the number 70. They're going through those technical checks now. You can see our officials bending over, just looking at the front nose cones for the drop downs. We'll take a short break and be back with our next race shortly here at the IROC.
Shut up and sit down.
Welcome back to Ipswich. Trust you're enjoying your Mother's Day Sunday, wherever you're joining us from, whether direct on YouTube or through speedcafe.com. Our capacity, Cadet 12, grid hits the circuit. Oliver Williamson in the 9 kart, Brock Nolan the 17. Australian champions in their own right. Knox Black, Jensen Damasceno the next row. Toby Henderson and Jeremy Broadbent. It is on row 3, row 4. The 26 of Masiko, the 92 of Lucas Losco. Oscar Ray, the 11, and Judah Moon in the 10. From 11th spot, Carter Grother. He was quick yesterday afternoon. Paige Flack alongside him on the 6th row. Alana Gurney out of 13. Ricardo Johnson from 14. The 8th row of the grid is Aston Mills. He's quick as well. The rest of the field coming through as we get set for a start. What a sight that is. The youngsters take off. Down to turn number 1, and it's Williamson who gets the best of it. And we've had about half a dozen of them come together. We've got more going on the exit of turn number 1. It's carnage out there. You always expect that to happen. We've got a chain guard that's come adrift now. Oh, boy. Chaos reigns supreme in Cadet 12. Here this morning. Through the Autobahn turn they go. Williamson holding on to the lead. Knox Black up to second. A good start for him in the number 33. These are some of the best races, cadet races, sub-juniors in Australia. It's Williamson, Black, Nolan, then Henderson, Damasceno, Masiko, Johnson and Mills, Paige Flack, then Jasper Patouche, rounding out your top 10. Carter Grother was involved in the crash. So too Lucas Losco. They've dropped right down the order. Vasily Barrelos, the Sydney sider. Jeremy Broadbent as well. He was quick yesterday. So a few of the favourites here for IROC are now either out of commission or way down the back of the field. 16 laps are on the board for the cadets. Down the front straight away, Knox Black. He'd love to get this one in the books. It's always been impressive and threatening for a big win. Has Knox Black in the red and white barrel art. Could today be his day? Don't discount Brock Nolan either. Sitting there in third position. It's taken him quite a while to get a handle on Cadet 12. Because it does a lot of the Cadet 9s as they move up. Ollie Williamson's had no such trouble. He hit the ground running literally from the first time he was in a Cadet 12 kart. From memory was the New South Wales state titles last year at Port Macquarie. To the line they come. Toby Henderson's got himself up to fourth spot, having got past Jensen Damasceno. Henderson trying to punch his way forward. Damasceno under attack further back there by Aston Mills, who's making his way up the order. Ricardo Johnson inside the top 10 now as well. Mills with the quickest lap of the race. A 53.701. There's Williamson, the TWM, Kart Republic, leading the way. The reigning Cadet 9 Australian champion. Nolan, fastest lap, 53.662. He will be right there with the two in front of him. The youngster out of Wollongong. Townsville, I should say. Oliver Williamson out of Wollongong. Nolan, we've now got a fight in 3 here. Williamson, Black and Nolan. And when the gloves start to come off here, Toby Henderson's not too far away. You'll generally see an ebb and flow when they start to battle it out. That's the nature of this racing and these mini rock motors. Patouche up to 9th now. So who blinks first here? We're working lap number 6. Williamson gets a wheel off on the dirt. Up the inside goes Black. Nolan says, thanks very much, I'm going as well. That slight mistake from Oliver Williamson opened the door to both Knox Black and Nolan. Nolan's made a mistake, now run wide. Made the move across to Top Gun Racing this year. Did Brock Nolan. They travelled to all of our Club Day events here in Ipswich. Travel around chasing the national title. So Black holding on to the lead at the minute. Williamson, carbon copy of what we saw the last lap around, except the players were different. It's Williamson who goes back to the lead. Henderson not too far away, but he's just been passed by Aston Mills at the top of the racetrack. Nolan was very cautious going into the hairpin. Didn't go too deep. So Aston Mills into 4th with 9 laps to go. Can he affect anything here with this top 3? It won't take him long to catch up. You can see the white helmet at the bottom of your screen. No Pass It Video Pro that time. Damasceno and Masiko got through on Henderson the last lap as well. So we've got the top 4 all into one frame now. They raced through groups yesterday based on their qualifying positions, and we whittled it down to a track capacity for today. It's the first time that they would have all seen each other together. Each driver races each other at one point. Mills quicker than the top 3 out there at the minute. It's a big game of chess at the halfway point. The order at the halfway, Williamson, Nolan, then Black, then it's Mills. Then we've got a huge battle pack there, headed up by Damasceno. Then it's Masika, Henderson, Johnson, Page, Flack, Jasper Patouche running at your top 10. Then Flack, Gurney, Clavel, Creed Petroni in 14th spot. Mason Martin, then Kenny Marita. Amoon Ray with the new quickest lap in 18th spot. Max Nader, then Flack. Carson, Frankie Madrick. Campbell, Grother fighting his way back forward. Higgins, Jones, Woodrow, Gosen, then Colby. Walton Smith, Barrelos, Riberevsky. Then Spence, Plot, Losco, and Jackson. That's the order as they sit. It's tightly bunched at the minute. Black's really dropped back there. There's Henderson. Henderson sitting down. In sixth spot at the moment. There's now Nolan. Still in second spot. But Mills, there he is. He's got into third. Past Knox Black. Now can he have a crack at the front runners? Mills started in 15th position. We've got a race in 4 going on here. Damasceno, the Australian title leader, back in 5th placing. Five laps to go now. 91 one-thousandths of a second separated Oliver Williamson and Brock Nolan as they came to the line. Back end of the Williamson kart looks very loose out there. Nolan's a crafty racer. Trained by Luke Flynn out of Townsville Kart Centre. Luke enjoying this year, doing it in relevant comfort, flying to the races rather than driving the truck each and everywhere. See Brock's brother Luke in action a little bit later on. Look at how tight it is. It could easily become a pinball situation. There was a bit of touching going on. Mills all over the back of Nolan now. Down through turn 1 they go. Mills is right there. Fastest lap for Mills. He's out of the Whitsunday area in North Queensland as well. Through the Video Pro corner. Williamson holding on to it. This is a great race. One of our best of the weekend. Nolan still knows that he's got 4 to go. The 11 comes adrift, stuck in a fairly precarious position out there. Oh, we're going to go full course caution now. So we're going to go full course caution. There's 3 laps to go. We're going to have a dash to the flag. Got a Michael Massey situation going on here. This has been a fantastic race. Thank you to our volunteer parents and guardians on the infield in assisting us to get that kart out of the way. Driver on his feet. That being Spencer Jackson out there. So there'll be 2 to go and across the line. We are going to get a 1-lap dash. Who's it going to be? It's been a terrific race. Williamson, Nolan, Mills and Black now. Throw Toby Henderson back in the mix. In 5th spot, Jensen Damasceno. He will leave nothing on the table in the EKS kart. Masiko in 7th. Ricardo Johnson in 8th. Oh, another one's come to a stop. Strap yourselves in, folks. Oh, they're dropping like flies. We've got 2 more that have stopped on the race circuit. We'll get them out of harm's way. Last lap board on display. 1 to go. Who's it going to be in this epic Race of Champions affair? Green flags in the air. Williamson leads them around. Set for the restart. We're away. All barrelling into turn number 1. Williamson holds onto it on the exit of the first turn. Through the Revolution race gear flip-flop they run. No change in the order up the front at this stage. Here comes one of the last big passing opportunities. Black up the inside of Mills. Knox Black goes to third. It's not over and done with just yet. Through the Autobahn corner they go. Now down the back straightaway to the hard braking area. Mills back up the inside for third spot. Oh, Nolan wasn't close enough to have a look. But Kenny gets something going. Oliver Williamson's going to hang tough though. And Williamson takes out an epic. Second spot goes to Brock Nolan. Then Aston Mills completes the podium. Followed by Knox Black, Damasceno, then Henderson, Cooper Clavel, Johnston. Then it was Patouche and Gurney rounding out your top 10. That completes what was arguably the race of the weekend. Paige Flack home in 11th spot in front of Chelsea. Mason Martin and Judah Moon. Kenny Marita rounds out your 15. Then it was April Flack. Carter Grother getting back up to 17th spot. Then Higgins, Nader and Carson. There'll be a lot of deep breaths being taken down in that pit area. And that's just their parents and pit crew, let alone their kids. Fantastic stuff. You can see them all undergoing those technical understandings. So after that amazing Cadet 12 final, we're back here at IROC. And the action just keeps on coming. KA2 Junior, always an interesting final. We'll see Liam Carr and Jai Flynn line up on the front row. Second row will be the 16 of Cooper Folly and Maxim Kerwin. The Kiwis flying this weekend in the 68. Levi Dessel and Hamish Campbell. We've already seen Hamish win one category here today. He'll be trying for number 2 in the 4 out of 6. Then it's the 99 of Poppy Rule, Tyson McGill, the 36, Seth Huth, the 77. Out of 10's Chad Risman, the 22. He was quick at times yesterday. Lammers, Hicks, Williams, Bartlett, Burke and the rest, and away we go. Oh, Flynn gets it all sideways. Oh, a bit going on. One goes well and truly Bush on the exit of turn 1. Liam Carr. He's been superb this weekend so far. He leads the way over Cooper Folly. Folly, the youngster who was with us yesterday on occasion, stepped straight out of Cadets into KA2 and immediately struck some results. To the line they come at the end of lap number 1. That's Carr, Folly, then Flynn, Kerwin, then it's Campbell. Poppy Rule in 6th spot. McGill, then Lammers. Huth in 9th spot. Josh Williams rounding out your 10 at the end of the first lap. Carr starting to build an advantage already as he comes towards our camera position. So Flynn, after not really getting away at the start, now just starting to build his race. 18 laps the distance here in this one. The action coming thick and fast today. Down into turn 1 they go again. Gamble up to P5. New quickest lap for the Tony Kart Australia driver. He's right on the tail of Kerwin there. The third kart on screen, the famous green and white, who last year celebrated their 40th year in existence. He produced a 400-page tome, I guess you'd call it, that I got to have a look at last weekend. One of the heaviest books I've ever held. As Campbell's moved up a spot now. He's got Flynn in front of him. So Hamish, another new fastest lap for him. 47.333. That plays a 47.414 for Flynn. A 6.18 for Folly and a 5.60 for Liam Carr. Hamish Campbell didn't get an indicative lap during qualifying and has had to work the hard way through his heat races. Now here he is chasing down the Sunshine Coast-based Jai Flynn, driving out of the CXR stable. He decides that he wants to go through it and gets past Folly. Campbell says, I'm going as well. Now Kerwin, they're in 5th spot. He's right with this group. He's in with a shot of a podium. It's Max Kerwin. We haven't seen the best of Maxim Kerwin in KA2 racing just yet. $47.267 for Kerwin that time through. Coming to the line, the leader Flynn of Carr, I should say, 0.546 to Flynn with 13 laps to go. Campbell, another new quickest lap for him. out of Maudsland on the Gold Coast. Here's Hamish Campbell off. Flynn's gone wide. Flynn goes wide on the exit of the RHQ corner. That's opened it up. He's lost about 3 spots there. Fighting it out with Kerwin. Just gives him a courtesy wave as they nearly come together. He's going to have to do it all again now. Is Jai Flynn. We've now got a bare-knuckle fight between Carr and Campbell. This is the story of KA2 racing Australia-wide this year. These two, along with Folly, top runners in the Australian Championship. Carr extended his lead in that championship last weekend. Campbell had a shocker and has to recover at round 3. But after this weekend, Campbell's focus will be straight on heading over to Valencia in Spain for the opening round of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. But before that, he's got 11 laps here to try and take the fight up to Liam Carr. This is a psychological battle as much as anything between these pair. The Sydney side of Liam Carr. Father Pete's on social media last night, very impressed with the performance of Liam, as he should be. Working lap number 8 of our 18 now. Campbell now on racing terms. More than on racing terms, he goes to the lead. That was a huge move from downtown from Hamish Campbell. He leads the way. It's Carr who's under the pump now. For the first time really all weekend. Nearly 0.2 of a second the gap between the pair of them. What has Liam Carr got through the Brisbane Karts corner? Up to Autobahn. Campbell trying to pull away. Carr's not letting him. Cooper Folly just keeping an eye on what's going on in front of them. To the line they come now. Further back, it's a nice little battle pack coming towards us. It's Joel Lammers with Seth Huth and Chad Risman behind him. Huth in the 77 kart there. Joel Lammers the 48. Campbell's opening up to 0.246. Seth Huss throwing everything at Joel Lammers to try and get himself into 7th position. Meantime, back at the ranch, there's Campbell. Of course, Tony Kart, the OTK brands, of which Tony Kart's one, undergoing a brand new renaissance in Australia. Jed's tight. 46.54 for Campbell the last time, a 5.5 for Liam Carr. Vortex, DVS, J Motors, all very even in their performance. Campbell's got to run down the back straight away now. He's opened the lead by a kart length or two. As he comes around, Folly's just dropped off the back of the top two there. You'd have to start to think, Cooper being the younger and smaller driver, that fitness is playing its part. Not that I'm saying that he's not fit. It's just these things are very, very physical. High grip. LeConte tyres are strapped to them as well. Further back, Levi Dessel has got past Tyson McGill for 5th placing. Lammers has lost 2 spots there, 1 to Huth and 1 to Jai Flynn as well. It's quite a nice battle going on in that group. Coming down the back straightaway there into the hairpin. Oh, we even had 3 wide action going on. Couple of changes of position in that one as they come to the line. Declan Hicks that went up into the top 10. There they go through underneath us at turn 1. Super fast pack battle here. Lemmers at the head of this group, followed by Hicks and Williams. Williams actually making up a spot up at the top turn. Flint's moved back up to 7th. This high-speed freight train down through turn 1. 0.3 of a second separate Campbell and Carr at the moment. Has Liam got a last gasp left in him here? He'll have 3 laps to do it as they come by the next time. He's on a good run. He's in the slipstream. It's the New South Welshman. Pretty smart driving there from Liam Carr. He didn't push the envelope. He knows that this is the home track of Hamish Campbell. So he'll be cool and calculated as they come to the Revolution. Flip-flop. This is some fierce racing out there. Not over and done with just yet. Car just over a 10th in front, but you don't need me to tell you that. Campbell under the pump. Two laps remaining as they complete lap number 16. Car's still there. He's still having a go here. They'll complete their 17th lap the next time by. They'll then be on their last lap. Campbell starting to go defensive here. Carr thinking about it. Got a bit misplaced on that one. Last lap now. For Hamish Campbell to hang on. Cooper Folly still in 3rd. Kerwin, after getting up to 4th and showing great pace in the early stages, hasn't really moved the needle. Levi Dessel in a very solid 5th position. But it's down to this. A couple of major passing opportunities left for Liam Carr on Hamish Campbell. Can he get close enough down the backstretch? Campbell looking to make it 2 from 2 here today. He comes through Howard's concreting onto the front stretch. Carr's going to run him to the line. Oh, there was nothing in it. 71 1,000th of a second What a finish. But Hamish Campbell gets the job done over Liam Carr. Cooper Foley, he crosses the line in third spot. Then it was Maxim Kerwin, Levi Dessel in fifth. Then McGill, Flynn, Huth in eighth spot. Joel Lammers, Declan Hicks rounds out your top 10. Then it was Williams Risman, Mangano in 13th spot. Crucial, then Poppy Rule, Jack Bartlett, Powers and Comer. And we're back. We are charging through our finals here at the Ipswich Race of Champions. Trust that you're enjoying your Mother's Day entertainment wherever you're watching us from. And if you are here at the track, happy Mother's Day to our mothers, an integral part of the karting families. Jackson Susan Harlow to start this tag 125 finale from the pole. Trent Newton, the outside front row. Then Mikel Mazuria and Zach Thompson, the next row of the grid. Josh Dagg and a 54 of Jack Dessel on row number 3. Hugo Garraway out of 7 and a 63. Sammy Houston, the 66 out of 8. Will Marshall and Zane Morrison will line up on the 5th row. Lachlan Cheney and Geordie Slater the next row. Then it's Toby Webb and Brad McNaught. Muscarello and Page on row number 8, and the rest of them were away. Good even start. It's Jackson Susan Harlow. It's been in good form here this weekend. Susan Harlow leading over Newton as they head their way up to the top part of the race circuit on our first lap of 20 here this afternoon or this morning. The Missouri has got himself into third. The Lightning McQueen colours on the kart. Of course, Mika raced the World Championships over in the UK last year. Fresh from winning his Australian Championship. But it's Susan Harlow who wants to build that advantage fairly quickly. Trent Newton, he's been fantastic throughout the course of this weekend. The Missouri are having a look up the inside of Newton. He goes to second. Big battle pack going on behind them as well. Zach Thompson heading up that group in fourth spot. Followed by Dag, then Sam Houston, Garraway, Marshall and Cheney. Now that La Missouri is into that clear second spot, what can he do about Jackson Susan Harlow? There's that group of five coming past us. Michelle Rimula kart of Hugo Garraway at the back of that. Torch ASH up the front though. The Missouri, a new quickest lap of the race. And a very small advantage that he has over Susan Harlow. Working lap number 4 at the moment. It's Susan Harlow, La Missouri up. Then Newton, your top 3. Thompson's pulled away from Josh Dagg. Further back, Garraway up a spot as well into 7th. Well, Marshall in the 17 there, trying to make his way forward. Sam Houston accounts for... Marshall makes a bit of a mistake. Sam Houston accounts for Garraway as they hit the front stretch. Garraway, very tall, lanky young man, been doing a lot of racing. It's his third weekend in succession. So the field works their way through here on lap number 5. Houston, since getting past Garraway, has pulled away. Houston chasing down Jack DeSell. Garraway out of the Mildura area from the Mildura Kart Club. So it's starting to get a bit spread out toward the front. Top 3 all seem fairly comfortable at this stage. Comfortable is not that red, yellow and white kart. Marshall's on his hammer. Now Missouri has been chipping away here. He's got that gap down to 0.15. He had a good lap the last time through. Susan Harlow just 0.3 of a second slower, but now he's fought back. He's taken a 10th out of La Missouri. Marshall got Garraway. They come through. The nose got chopped there. Just cut away as the action was happening. No one's off to the side of the circuit, but it's certainly closed up. This battle that's coming towards us right now. We'll have 13 laps to go when they come to the line. So Paige has been a big mover up there. She's now up to position number 8. Morrison's one that's dropped back to 13th now. Susan Harlow just building the advantage up the front. It's at 0.4 of a second. Back to Lamazuri up. Certainly got the pace of JSH Racing. Number 3. 12 to go now. Josh Daggs caught up to the tail. Zach Thompson out there in a battle for 4th position. Here's that battle. Shepparton Racer Thompson against the Power Republic back Dag. Trent Newton sitting in 3rd. It's a lonely run for him out there at the minute. Now what's Dag got? He knows this place very, very well. Just Josh Dag cutting his teeth here. It's tag 125. There's 4 different engines in this category. DeSelle and Houston are in a hell of a battle for 6th spot, and Charlotte Page has just joined it as well. You can see that coming through there. Charlotte. She was 0.8 faster than Sam and 0.9 faster than what Jack DeSelle was. There's a momentum shift there. Oh. So Thompson pulls out of commission. I thought he was pretty slow coming onto the front straightaway. He's pulled into the pit area and he's done. It's all happening out there. It's hard to keep an eye on proceedings. So Page has lost space to Houston in all of that. As Redding goes past Garraway and takes Will Marshall with him. Now Garraway under attack from Lachlan Sheeny. On lap number 12 now, 11 in the books. There's Will Marshall. Sitting in 9th position. Lachlan Cheney, your 3rd card on screen. Followed by Zane Morrison. His tag final. It's all happening at the back end of the top 10. Up the front, Susan Harlow, one of the best exponents of this type of racing in the country. Sixer Glover pulls out. So the pace of the race has settled down now. Houston and DeSelle were still in reasonably close combat out there, with Page trying to get back on the tail of them. That's this group on screen at the moment. Houston having a fair day out there. But Page has got pace. Paige has just got to get her cart in the right position Here's Marshall, Garraway, Cheney and Morrison. Marshall in ninth spot at the moment, driving the Jess Golding Motorsport, number 17. "14 laps in the book, 6 to go for Jackson Susanalo up the front. I think Lamazuria's charge might be done here. He's nearly 8/10 of a second behind. What isn't done is this 5th placing, headed up by Jack DeSell. Houston running the 66 this weekend. Reading having a look at the back of Page now. They're all on racing terms with one another. Houston up the inside. He goes up a spot on DeSell. Gee, Sammy. It's cork out of the bottle stuff for him. He's pulled well away as now Reading gets DeSell. And in turn, Page gets DeSell. Susanalo not slowing down, a 47.872 that time by. He's now got a second over Lamazzuria. He's fanging that thing through that Revolution race gear flip-flop. It's up through the top turn, runs Susanalo, the Sydney sider. Travels the country just about every weekend. Not only his driver training side of things, but also racing himself, setting the example. And Houston, we have a problem. Sam Houston stuck in the middle of the race circuit. That's really unfortunate. He was on for a top 5 out there with Sam. So that's the end of his day. It's been a fairly productive weekend for Sam in both Rotax Heavy and this category. So that promotes Brent Reading up to position number 5. Charlotte Page into 6. In 7th spot now is Jack DeSell. Phil Marshall at 8, Hugo Garraway 9th, and Zane Morrison running at your top 10. A lap and a half to go for your race leader to bring to an end his tag final for the weekend. There he is, sporting the green and white sticker kit with his own brand on the Kart Republic chassis. 1 to go for Jackson Susanalo to get another big win in his career. Lamazzuria on his return to the sport will be happy with where he's sitting. Trent Newton sitting in 3rd now. Heading up to the top part of the racetrack for the final time is Jackson Susanalo. There's Mika Lamazzuria in 2nd. The number 95 machine, a change of teams. A chassis for him. as they come through the final set of turns. Here he is. Jackson Susanhalo takes the win. Second spot to Mika Lemazuria. Newton, a great drive to come home in third. Just waiting now on the remainder of them to come on down. You got Josh Dagg getting home in fourth spot. Then Brent Redding. Charlotte Page home in sixth. Then Jack DeSell. Will Marshall. Then Hugo Garraway. Damiano Mascarello rounds out your 10. Then it was Zane Morrison, Lachlan Cheney, Lachlan Cowie, Brad McNaught, Cohen Kukotovic, Geldard, Vandenbroek, Kingston, Soward, Hope and Webb. That completes tag. We are going to take a break. You're watching the Ipswich Race of Champions. Welcome back to Ipswich out on the racetrack now. We have DD2 and DD2 Masters, 2 races for the price of 1. Toby Spinks in the 96 will start on the pole. Harrison Hoey on the outside front row. Then Plum, Goddard and Sagadak. That's your DD2 field. Then Masters is headed up by Troy Bretherton, Scott Cleveland, Adam Wood, Angus Mathers and Scott Gray. 20 laps on the board. We're underway here. Through to the first turn. One's had an issue down there. I think that's Bretherton, actually. It's certainly one of the Birrellarts. Can't seem to get a fight at turn number 1. Up to the Auto Barn corner they go. Harrison Hoey looking to try and take the lead here. Already we've got some defensive driving going on. Hoey was Australia's representative at the Rotax Grand Finals last year, aiming to make that 2 in a row in Dead Air 2. The 96 of Spinks leads over Hoey, then Sagadak. Cleveland leading in DD2 Masters over Wood, Mathers and Great Breathitt not presenting. Yesterday, if you're watching us, Harrison Hoey had a problem from pole in our final heat. He actually failed a plug, but with DD2, they've got the ability to pop the card into neutral and then reset and get ready to go, and he did that. He had so much pace on board as he takes the lead now. He's a multiple Australian champion. It's Harrison Hoey. Sagadak up to second. So Sagadak had his own problems yesterday. Goddard and Plum not out there. Of course, by doing this Rotax Life event at the IROC, it grants these drivers the ability to try and qualify for Team Australia. We'll have 4 representatives this year. A Junior Max driver, Senior Max driver, DD2 and DD2 Masters heading over to the Kingdom of Bahrain. But first they've got to get to the Rotax National Cup to be held at Albury-Wodonga September 13 and 14 and qualify that way. Rotax Life, a new initiative for 2025. Certainly Sagadak and Hoey would be fairly comfortable with where they sit at this stage with that event to come up in September. Spinks having a look now. He got shuffled back to third when Hoey got past him. So Cleveland still leading the Masters. Adam Wood, he's only just over half a second behind Cleveland at the moment. I'll drop back and have a quick look at that. So come back around to us. Cleveland, of course, is the president here at Ipswich. And if you're enjoying watching our coverage, the graphics that you can see on the left-hand side of your screen when they come up, they're actually designed by Adam Wood. Adam's a computer game designer by trade. Hoey's lead out to 1.7 seconds. He, like Hamish Campbell's, looking for 2 from 2 today. Hoey just took another 0.4 of a second out of Bailey Sagadak, a 47.198, playing a 47.591. He's without peer in this category at the moment. Is Harrison Hoey, well, pretty much almost anywhere at the minute. Thirteen laps to go for Harrison Hoey up the front. He's looking very comfortable indeed. Cadet still under the pump from Toby Spinks here. Cadet, a regular competitor nationally. He's on double duties this weekend. In Masters up through the top turn. Butch closed that gap down even further to Cleveland, so it's getting tight. The race within a race as they come to the line. There goes that battle through the two Birolats. Butch really pushing on here. Don't think he was overly happy with the day yesterday, Adam Wood. But if he can get the W here this morning, it will no doubt bring a smile to his face as they hit the back stretch. It was down to 0.241 of a second. There's 32 carts or engines. Very interesting pieces of kit. 2-speed gearboxes. 125cc water cooled. Bit more horsepower at your disposal than the Rotax Max engines we've seen in action already today. There's Hoey on screen now. Coming up to the halfway point in this 20-lapper. He's got 10 in the books. Just enjoying all of the action. Of course, karting is the very entry level of motorsport worldwide. You can start practicing from the age of 6 in Australia. Start racing from the age of 7. And Cleveland comes to a standstill. It's been a problem for him. The kart just doesn't want to go. So that's handed the Masters lead to Adam Wood. There he is, Scott. It's unfortunate, passionate about his racing. The arms are folded. Not a happy camper out there at the minute. Hoey's lead sitting at 3.5 seconds. Angus Mathers into second now in Masters. Scott Gray into third. It's Harrison, Sagadak and Spinks are the top three in the DD2 Open category. Not much doing out there at the minute. Trust you're enjoying your day with us. Make sure you jump onto the Ipswich Kart Club Facebook page and website. Have a chat to the crew here about joining the club. If you're not from this area, jump on to karting.net.au. There's some great tips and tricks along with a track finder. You can find your nearest club. 65 clubs right throughout Australia, every state and territory. There's Double H, a real estate agent by trade. Nearly 4 seconds was the lead the last time they came across the line. Sagadak just did his personal best, which was 0.2 slower than Hoey on that previous lap. Spinks has picked up the pace out there now. He might be in a position to challenge here. Oh, as I look up to our start gantry, the meatball flag's out for the number 21 of Adam Wood. He's got the rear bar hanging off that one. So that's the end of his race, which will hand the lead in DD2 Masters over to Angus Mathers. Through goes your race leader. There is confirmation of that mechanical defect flag, commonly known as the meatball flag, for obvious reasons. So this battle's intensified. Spinks up on the wheel. He's been quicker than Sagadak for the last few laps. They'll have 4 laps to go when they come past the next time. Onto the front stretch they come for on-site rental group. Sagadak holding on with 4 laps to go. So Sagadak's responding here, pulling a slight gap over Toby Spinks. It looked as though Spinks might have been able to mount something in the latter stages. The 74 gets out of the road. That was Scott Gray getting lapped by the DD2 leader, Harrison Hoey. They're all very spread out on the racetrack now. There'll be 2 laps to go for this man, Harrison Hoey. He's had a busy weekend doing double duty. Also had to work yesterday morning, so missed qualification, but it hasn't affected him at all. 2 laps to go now. One of the Parallel Karts Australia drivers. For all the information about the Rotax Life events and the qualification for the Rotax Max Grand Finals, make sure you look up the Rotax website, Rotax Karts Australia website. Of course, nations from around the world qualify for the Grand Finals. Last lap for Harrison Hoey. And he's just done the quickest lap of the race. He's over 6 seconds in front. He could almost get out and push the thing from here with half a lap to go. Down the backstretch comes Harrison Hoey. It's been absolute domination in this DD2 category this weekend. Checkered flag is at the ready. Hoey gets it done. Waiting now for Sagadak to come through. He gets second spot. Then Spinks waiting now for Mathers to take out the Masters. Scott Gray goes through on us. We're going to take a break here at Ipswich. We'll be back shortly with the continuation of our racing here at the Ipswich Race of Champions.
Shut up and sit down.
So out they come, this capacity field for KA3 Junior. We've whittled it down to 40. Jet Saragi and Jai Flynn on the front row. Lana Flack out of 3 with Zach Tucker alongside in 4. Harrison had a big one earlier on. He will start from position number 5 in the 24. Braxton Regan in 6. A full field of 40. Set for a start now. No, we're not. Just what you need in KA3 Junior is tension. Back to where we were on the grid. Cruz Petrani out of 7. Zanderwatts out of 8. Luke Nolan to start from 9th. He's been fast. Archer Bailey from 10. Row number 6 is Chad Risman and Tyson McGill. Boscarini and Duong. Then it is Pitaro and Leggett. Lakiti out of 17 in the 27. Then Joel McGrath, Schmeissem, Bristow, Turhorse, Weatherhead, Hennock. Then it's Wright, Fisher, Sydenham, Sugden, Johnston, Rosso, Guard, Dixon, Smith, Gatt, Tresillian, Mangano, Neil, Webster, Southgate, Mercury, Dawson and Thompson, Green. Down to turn 1 we go. And they all get through there without problem. That's remarkable. Flynn leads the way. He'll want to try and make amends for KA2, where he had that off-track excursion that buried him deep in the pack. Saragi to second. Down the backstretch for the first time. Flynn wasting little time to try and build an advantage. So it's Flynn from Saragi, then Tucker, followed by Harrison, Regan, Lana Flack to 6th, then Petroni, Watts, McGill, and Nolan positioned in 10th at the minute. Tucker sitting in third. Driving out of the Pro Karting stable. Actually a Kiwi. Well, Saragi goes to the high line. Can he make it work here? Yes, he can. What a move by Jet Saragi. Tucker gets into the back of Flynn there. Flynn hasn't got the momentum coming down the front stretch. Tucker wasn't able to take advantage. Accelerating racing here. Oh, geez, they're all tightening up here now. Braxton Regan gets it sideways. It's all going on in the early stages of this one. Tucker up the inside of Flack. He moves to fourth spot. Faklanis lost a couple of places out there. Oh, the action zone. This gaggle of karts. This can't end well. Down the backstretch. Have a look at them, too wide. 2 wide and 3 deep, they go 3 wide. That's McGill trying to make his way forward in the white helmet. Down the front straight. Wow, what a start to this race. The back end of that top 10. Still going on though. Saragi leading over Flynn and Harrison. Great to see Riley back after that sizable crash in KA2 on the first lap. Saragi was leading by 0.4 of a second. His top 3 are settled down for the time being. Then look at the charge as they come into turn number 1. Luke Nolan's the man on the move up to 6. New quickest lap of the race. This is wild stuff out there. If you jet Saragi, you're breathing a sigh of relief because you're nowhere near it. So too Jai Flynn and Riley Harrison. One goes through the grass. So Tucker now under the pump in fourth spot. He's got Braxton Regan on his tail. Then the charging Top Gun 94 of Luke Nolan. Oh, it's still crazy down the back as well. Oh. So now Flynn under the pump. He's gone back to third, in fact, to Riley Harrison. Hasn't got the familiar blue stickers on the kart this weekend. As Jai Flynn. So we're working lap number 6. We'll have 12 to go. When they come through, then Regan's got through on Zach Tucker. That's given Nolan a push along as well. He makes it through on Zach Tucker. Chad Rissman making ground. He started down the order compared to where he was yesterday. He's into 7th at the minute. Lana's gone back to 8th spot. It's all happening out there. Trust you're enjoying your Mother's Day with us here at the Ipswich Race of Champions. That reminds me, I've got to do the Mother's Day thing a little bit later on. Make the phone call. There's Nolan punching on here in the green helmet. He's behind Regan. Something's really clicked with Luke Nolan this year. Nolan all over the back of Regan now. Rissman up to 6 as well. There's Harrison in second spot, trying to chase down your race leader, Jet Saragi. He's quicker than Saragi at the moment. Then you've got that battle pack for fourth. The three of them nose to tail. Now he looks up the inside. Nolan to fourth spot now. It's a blistering lap time from Riley Harrison. The last time by a 49.894. Even faster from Lana Flack at 49.871 down in 8th spot. There's Lana at the back of the group with the blue and pink colours. Regan goes up a place there on Rissman. Flack gets Tucker. Rissman now fighting back on Regan. Oh, he copped a bit of ripple strip. Right there, got the wheels all out of shape. That's going to give Regan the momentum. So they head down to the back straightaway now. Up the front, it's on here. Riley Harrison has just been chipping away. And he's right on the tail of Jet Saragi, who's led pretty well from the start. Down the front stretch they go. Saragi's responded to the challenge. Flack and Rissman going toe-to-toe out there. Eight laps left to go. There's still plenty of time to play out in this race. There's your top three right there. Jai Flynn holding on to third for the moment. Further down the order, Regan's found a reverse. Dropped another spot through all of that to Braxton Regan. To Zach Tucker. Jet Saragi's really responded. There's that group, Saragi, looking for the big win here at IROC. Flynn's still not necessarily out of calculations just yet either, particularly if Riley Harrison can get into a challenging position. There'll be a momentum shift. There's Rissman, Flack, then Tucker, followed by Regan, then Tyson McGill at the back of that. Regan, he goes up another spot again. He'll be passing go-karts in his sleep tonight. Unbelievable racing. Where's Regan gone? He's still there, just in front of Tucker at the minute. Didn't pick up the blue plate on his kart. Now here we go for the race lead. Can Harrison get the run, the South Aussie? Harrison, out of the Karting Australia Hall of Famer, David Serra's kart class outfit. To the flip-flop they go, 6 remaining. This is high-stakes stuff. Oh, Harrison runs it wide. So he's undone some of the good work. He's lost the momentum there. He's got to redo the work now that he spent so many laps doing. Saragi holding on. This will be the end of lap number 14. Tucker looked as though he slowed. The end of the back straightaway, further down the order. So we'll keep an eye on that one as we go. Go to Saragi, Harrison, Flynn, Nolan, then Risman. Flack, Regan, then McGill, Pitaro and Tucker rounding at your 10. 3.5 laps to go in this one. It's a capacity field that we whittled down after heat racing for this KA3 Junior Final. Three laps to go for Jet Saragi. This will be one of the biggest wins of his career, particularly with the opposition that he's up against. It is a national level field that's racing out here today. All of those battles that were being fought out earlier on in the race have settled as the bodies start to feel it. The tyres will have definitely felt it. Because they only have one set of Lacon tyres for the weekend. Two remaining now for Jet Saragi. Alistair Leggett down in 10th, quickest lap of the race, 49.703. Harrison was quicker than Saragi that last time, but he doesn't have the number of laps up his sleeve. There's only a lap and a half to go. Flynn just holding that third position down. Nolan come from 9th on the grid up to 4th. Last lap now underway for Jet Saragi in the 38. He'll celebrate this one. Regan still boxing on with Lana Flack further down the order. Down to Video Pro, turn they run. Harrison will be ruining that light mistake that he made. It was critical at that stage of the race because he was definitely in position to go through and take the race lead. Checkered flags at the ready as they come out of the final turn. Jet Saragi gets it done and celebrates as he crosses the line. Riley Harrison sets the quickest lap on the final lap of the race, and it was Flynn. Nolan in 4th spot. Risman then Flack. She holds out Braxton Regan. Tyson McGill, then Putaro. Leggett, Watts, Lakiti, then Petroni. Then Bristow Hannock completes your top 15. Boscarini, McGrath, Ison, Weatherhead, Turhorse, Guard, Johnny Wright, Fisher, then Johnson, Mangano, Sugden, Smith, Dwong, Tresillian, Gat. Then it's Bailey, Neal, Sydenham, Webster, Southgate, Reed and Dixon. Boy, oh boy, we're going to go and catch our breath. We'll take a break here. You're watching IROC live from Ipswich. And welcome back to Ipswich Karts on Circuit. Now for the X30 IROC final, Brodie Whitmore to start on the pole. Isaac McNeil alongside him in the 11. Next row of the grid will be Brodie Norris at 26 and Ryan Hughes in the number 81. 15 is Sam March and Jet Kukoski start on the third row. Row number 4 is Josh Miller in the 13 and Keegan Fraser in the 4. Stimson the 71. Then Lewis Cordato the 70. Jack Guthicole the 16. Lockie Costa the 34 and Luke Jacobson the 21. "20 laps on the board. It's battle between Brodie Whitmore and Isaac McNeil. Should be fascinating. Throw Brodie Norris in there as well. Whitmore gets the best of the start from pole. Whitmore leading the way over McNeil. Norris into third spot now. Ryan Hughes tried to have a look at Brodie Norris there. There's nothing available to him. Oh, the elbows are out here. Just missed it. It would appear as though Whitmore made a slight mistake but was able to gather it up at the end of the back straightaway. Norris thought about a move, but he ended up losing some of that momentum that he carried. So it's Whitmore, McNeil, Norris, then Hughes, Kukoski up to 8th spot in front of Lewis Cordato. Sam March and Costa. Josh Miller was shuffled backwards. The top turn on the opening lap and is currently running in 11th spot. Keegan Fraser not currently circulating, so a problem for him. So Brodie Norris in third, the fastest driver of our top three at the moment. As McNeil's trying to get himself into position here to mount a challenge to your race leader. So Norris has got a few 100ths of a second advantage over the two drivers in front of him. It's a very narrow margin among these X30 engines. Like the Rotax, 125cc and water-cooled. Now Kukoski. He makes up the position on Ryan Hughes and takes Cordato with him. Across the line now, 4 laps in. Two races to go after this one. Here this morning at the Ipswich Race of Champions as part of Rotax Life. So Whitmore, he responds to the pace challenge coming from behind with a 47.959. And Norris has dropped off the back of the top two there. Now it's McNeil's turn to set the quickest lap. He does a 0.816. So it's down under 0.3 of a second. The gap from first to second. Then Norris a further 0.8 of a second behind. Jet Kukoski out there in the number 8. Sitting in 4th position for Rush Performance. So Kukoski, new quickest lap in 4th spot. He's a fair margin behind Brodie Norris at the moment. Another problem for Lachlan Costa out there. Hasn't been a great weekend. We haven't seen him since last year, really. I thought it was starting to come around for him. He was making his way up the order, but he's dropped back to being the last runner on track at the minute. McNeil chipping away here. He always does a lot of work, does Isaac McNeil in the Evo Heat kart for Empire Kart Sport. Of course, running in the Formula Open Series in Formula 4, Lanti Rosso. Team headed up by Josh Hunt. Josh's birthday this weekend. Happy birthday to you, Josh, if you're tuning in. Through the Autobahn corner they go now. This battle further back. Miller's made up some ground after being relegated to the rear. That's him in the fluoro-coloured kart. First on screen. He's up to 7th now, is Hughes. So Whitmore, new quickest lap for him, a 47.367. Takes nearly 0.3 out of Isaac McNeil. Brodie Norris lapping similar pace to McNeil at the moment. His X30 engines are screaming around here. We've got the LeConte tyres strapped to them. Plenty of that rubber going down. You can see the level of grips on this circuit from the rubber as it's applied. Whitmore just chipping away out here and continuing to build the advantage that he's got. He's got it down to 47.2s now. And the lead out to nearly a second. So at the halfway point, Whitmore leads over McNeil, then Norris. Jet Kukoski in 4th. Lewis Cadato in 5th spot. Then it's Sam March, Ryan Hughes, Josh Miller, Zach Guthicole, Jack Stimson and Lachlan Costa. One of our more popular senior categories around the country is X30. Brodie Whitmore, the New South Wales driver. Came back to the national scene last year. to Whitmore's lead. He's just taken another 4/10 away from Isaac McNeil. It's out to 1.3 seconds now. Here's Kukoski sitting in fourth placing. Cadet behind him. And also Sammy March just off the back of them. March, a junior state champion a couple of times over a couple of years ago. Just Norris looks like he might be starting to close in on the back of Isaac McNeil here as they come across the line with 7 remaining. Cordato getting the shuffle along. Definitely Brody Whitmore has this one well and truly under control now, opening the lead to 2 seconds. It's a huge psychological boost for Whitmore. McNeil's been one of the top group in X30 since the season started. Jackson Susan Harlow giving Norris the hurry up down there in absolutely no uncertain terms. The body language and facial expression. Norris is really starting to mount a late charge here with 5 to go. Just did a personal best of 47.3. That played a 47.6 from McNeil. So the race is on for second as they exit Brisbane Kart's corner. And Kukoski, he'll certainly look to try and close that down even further. They're right into each other here, through the right-hander at the end of the backstretch. McNeil's responding to Norris's challenge now. Whitmore, 2/10 faster than McNeil, 3/10 faster than Brodie Norris. Whitmore's lead nearly the full length of the backstretch now. Thought it was going to be a bit tighter between he and McNeil. I'm sure McNeil did as well. Isaac winning both junior championships of Australia last year, becoming the first driver to do so, and made the switch to seniors for 2025. Through the Brisbane Karts corner, that duo goes. Kukoski hasn't made much ground on them. 2 laps to go now for Brodie Whitmore. He's been dominant. It's out to 3.6 seconds. Through the Video Pro turn, they run. Doesn't look like any places are going to change anytime soon, as we'll get the last lap board with 1 to go. Out of Howard's Concreting goes Whitmore, then McNeil and Norris follow. I think there's going to be an interesting discussion down at the JSH team after this one with Brodie Norris, just reading the lips of Jackson Susan Harlow as he came by. Checkered flag is at the ready for Brodie Whitmore. Down the backstretch he goes. He'll come to the line out of the last couple of corners. Whitmore gets the win. Then McNeil will come through for second, followed by Norris and Kokoski. Kotato home in fifth spot. That'll be March, Hughes, Miller, Gathercole, Costa and Stimson. We're going to take a break. 2 races to go here at IROC for 2025. So out they come. Our youngest category of races, Cadet 9, hit the racetrack for their final. Luke Robinson to start on the pole. His battle with Felix Sim will continue. Milan Sami out of position number 3, the 72. Ryder Zhong out of 4. RJ Bilbao on the 7 from 5. Harry Jamal in the 20 from 6. Row number 4. Harry Lack in the 99 and Hudson Kelly in the 51. Row 5's Emerson Mills, the 18, and Jensen Farragher in the number 12. Hagan Moon out of 11th spot. Jace Harriman out at 12th. Row number 7, Cameron McGrath in the 9 and Cooper Gemmell in the 10. Then it's Hugo Jones, Grayson McPhee, Alfie Doyle and Jacob Ding. Set for a start for 16. Nope. The starter just wanted to build a little more suspense and send him around again. Great to see an Ipswich product in Bailey Sweeney making the top 5 shootout in the Dunlop series down in Tassie, which is taking place at the moment. So Robinson and Sim on the front row. Milan Sami was good last night in the third and final heat race that we had. Watch out for Ryder Zhong out of 4. We've got the start this time. Oh, going 3 wide into turn number 1. They get out of there. And it's Robinson who leads the way. Sight wheel off on the exit of the RHQ corner, which opened the door for a new race leader to go through and lead us up to the top part of the race circuit. It's Milan Sami in the 72 that leads the way. Winner of the first 2 rounds of the Australian Kart Championship this year. Felix Sim right on the tail of Luke Robinson. Down into turn number 1. His kids do a lot of racing almost every weekend. They're travelling around the country. Their racecraft is unbelievable for kids that are aged between 7 and 9. Robinson goes back to the lead at the left-hander. Felix Sim with a run here. He's got 1. Can he make it 2? Yes, he can. That was unbelievable. Oh, 3 wide. 3 wide through there. And Luke Robinson goes back to the lead. That was an incredible sequence. Ryder Zhong with the best seat in the house in 4th. Sami gets pushed wide. RJ joins the top 5 battle. He'll start to have a look at the back of Ryder Zhong now, will RJ Belbowen. Felix Sim with a slight lead now over the 72. But Milan Sami is under attack from Robinson. We know Robinson's good in this part of the race circuit. RJ the quickest on circuit of 54.653. Felix Sim over half a second lead. That's almost light years in this category. Belbowen sitting in position 4. Zhong is able to make up the spot on Sami and take RJ with him. Got 1 more to go after this, that being KZ2 over 20 laps. But we've still got 12 laps of cadet racing to go. Oh, Belbowen around the outside. He hangs on to 4th. Zhong's into 3rd now. Trying to make it 2nd on Robinson. Robinson, a Paralyn driver. Through Brisbane Kart's corner they go. They don't want to get into a squabble situation for the minors here, with Sami going up the inside of Belbowen, because Felix Sim is pulling away It's out over 7/10 of a second. So Zhong really pushing. I think he actually got into the rear of Luke Robinson then. Oh, Zhong couldn't get through. Down in New South Wales is rider Zhong. So you've got the local racer, Felix Sim, leading over another local in Robinson. It's now Sami up to third, the Victorian, in front of two New South Welshmen in Zhong and Balboa. Through Howard's concreting, maybe it's Robinson who can lead the momentum shift, catching up to the back of Felix. Felix won't want that. Have a look at this battle for second, third and fourth. They're literally riding on each other's crash bar. Now a bump draft has happened. And they're right with Felix Sim. Robinson touch. Sami goes for the move. Don't know whether that was something that was needed at that juncture. But Milan Sami thought it was. And he is the quickest driver on circuit. And now he goes up to the race lead. Sim goes first, back to third. Zhong will get a run here onto the front straightaway. Through they go, Zhong. Oh boy. He was into the back of Sim then. On the front straight. Balboa's caught back up. Sami leading. From Luke Robinson, Felix Sim, Ryder Zhong, and RJ Balboa. The heads are on a swivel out there. Trying to see what everyone else is doing while also concentrating on their own race. This is a classic. Who's going to make the move at the end of the backstretch? Sami stretches the legs. He had good top end in his Vortex Mini Rock. Eight laps to go. Still anybody's race. It's Milan Sami who leads, but for how long? Sim trying to fight back here. Robinson goes a bit wide. Let's open it up for Sim. He moves to block him. Through all of that, it's allowed Sami to open the lead. Seven laps to go now. It's Sami leading over Robinson and Sim, followed by Zhong, then Balboa, Gemmell in sixth. Then it's Harry Lack, Emerson Mills, Farragut. Then Harriman rounds out your top 10 as they sit at the moment. Hagen Moon in 11th position. Can follow the timing, by the way, through the MyLaps Speed Hive app. So look up Speed Hive by MyLaps. Be able to download that and follow the live timing down the back straight away. Zhong goes third on Sim. Balboa from downtown. He goes up to fourth. Sammy holding on to the lead at the moment. He's becoming used to winning big races, is Milan Sammy. He structures his race meetings very interesting, builds up throughout the course of the weekend. Zhong pressuring the tail of Robinson now. Zhong couldn't get position there. He had the run going, that's for sure. And he's lost a spot. Now to Felix Sim. 5 laps remaining. And it's still anybody's at this stage. Move for the lead. Robinson gets through there and retakes the lead. This has been a fabulous race. Robinson with a kart length to his advantage at the minute. Through Autobahn they go. Now let's see what Sammy's got here. He just touches the tail of Robinson. He's got to be cautious to manage that front bumper. Sammy now, he drops to third. Behind Sim. Sim in the Kart Republic. Here comes Zhong. Oh! They were wheel to wheel. They touch going through the Power Republic. First turn. Now Sammy's dropped to the back of the top 5. Sim's throwing everything at Robinson. These two have been at it all weekend. Sim takes over the race lead. Sim going defensive on the inside. There'll still be 4 laps to go when they come to the line this time. Down through the hairpin, Robinson retakes the lead. Zhong back to second now. This racecraft is extraordinary. Ari Jamal in 6th place. He'll be part of the conversation here fairly shortly with 3 to go. Zhong's got a run. Oh! They touched. Now Robinson didn't go over. I've got no idea. He was airborne. And he's filthy. Zhong hasn't gone any further either. That was wild. So we're still got to worry about the race. I was watching all the extracurricular activity over there as they come to the line. Eliminate Robinson and Zhong. There's 2 to go. Felix Sim up the inside of Sammy. Balboan. He's in the catbird seat here. Through they go. Sammy holding on to it for the time being. In the Powerland kart, the Kart Republic machine of Felix Sim is right on his hammer. The next KR of RJ Balboan sits there in third. Oh, they've swapped places twice. They've come together. And Balboan goes to the lead. Carl Lindbaum, who's on the spinners, and Roddy Balboan are going absolutely ballistic down there. They come around. He's done a Bradbury from 5th. He's been looking for a win here throughout this year, RJ Balboan. It hasn't materialised. They've been on the road every weekend. The 3rd generation star. Sim's still there in second somehow. Then Gemmell. Mills up to 4th. Then Lack, Farragher, Moon. McGrath, Harriman and Cooper Gemmell. Through the Autobahn corner. for the final time. The checkered flag is at the ready. And around he comes. One more corner to pick up his first win here in Ipswich. RJ Balboan gets it done. Great job. Second place is Felix Sim. Then Ari Jamal. Emerson Mills, Lack. Then Farragut. Followed by Hagan Moon, Cameron McGrath, Cooper Jamal. Dennis Harriman, Hudson Kelly. And waiting on now for Hugo Jones and Grayson McPhee. What a race. We've got one to go. We'll be back shortly to round off the IROC.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
So here we go after that exhilarating Cadet final. Our last race for what's been a very big IROC. Just trying to calculate the number of sessions we did yesterday. Somewhere around the 50 mark. In this final for KZ2, Jack Preston will line up on the pole by virtue of the fact that he was undefeated yesterday. Bailey Sagadak really pushed him last night in the number 25. He'll line up on the outside front row. Tommy Hunter, the 48. He will start out of 3, out of 4 with it. 7 of Jordan Ensby. Then Brett Wells, great to have him back here in Ipswich in the number 2 from 5. And Matty Parker to start from 6. Bring them to the full standing start. Our gearbox category, 6-speed gearboxes at their disposal. Plenty of horsepower. 20 laps on the board. Watch for the lights. Next to the lap counter, the 20 in the top left-hand corner. We've got 2, 3, 4 and 5. We're away. And Jack Preston does exactly what he's done all weekend long, getting straight into the lead. Out of the Brisbane Karts corner for the first time. Ensby's got a good start. He's up to 3rd. So Sakadak's picked it up down the backstretch there in the Birrellart. It's on the tail of Preston, who last weekend took his first Australian Kart Championship round win. Ensby looking really competitive out there. He's going with those 2 in front of him. Now that's some work was done overnight to get the CRG handling to where Jordan would like it. So down the front straight away they go. Preston at the end of lap number 2, 0.3 of a second. Over Sagadak, who's after second in front of Ensby. Then it's Hunter, Wells and Matty Parker. Working lap number 3. Tom Hunter out there in 4th spot at the moment. Boxing on. Preston's advantage at the moment, only slight over Bailey Sagadak, who threw it into turn number 1 there. Driving a Birrellart, but has backing from IKD. John Target twisting the spanners for him once again this year. So around they come to end lap number 4. Sagadak now with the quickest lap. He was a 10th faster than Preston that time. Sagadak's 46.215, 0.3 quicker. Jordan Ensby in 3rd spot. He'd dearly love to grab a podium here this afternoon, would Ensby. Five laps down now. So Preston and Sagadak are trading fastest laps at the moment. We're on lap number 6 here. It's a long, hard slog around there. Was just outside. Pretty cool conditions. So there's a fair chance we'll see some rain a little bit later on. But not right at the moment. Down the front stretch they go. .464 the gap from Preston. Back to Sagadak. Hensby still there in third. Tommy Hunter. He's having a lonely race out there in fourth spot. Brett Wells making his return in the number 2, driving Birrellart this weekend. Out of the on-site rental group corner and onto the Capri straightaway goes Jack Preston. He was really strong toward the back end of last weekend in South Australia. Qualifying hadn't got his way in either of the 2 Australian Kart Championship rounds. He was certainly able to make his way through the order both times to position him more nicely for the finals. None more so than when he was quite masterful in taking the victory round number 2 in Murray Bridge. Be back in action in a couple of weeks' time at Newcastle, the middle of June. Preston's lead after 8 laps out to nearly 9/10 of a second. He took 4/10 out of Sagadak that time by. Sagadak doesn't seem to have that little bit extra. Get on to racing terms here. Problem for Wells. He pulls in and out of this one, so we're down to 5. We'll be at the halfway point when they come to the line the next time, as I said before, the premier level of the sport. 6-speed gearboxes, 50-odd horsepower underneath your right foot. A lot of front braking capability. Jack Preston using every piece of it as he shoots into turn number 1. When you get a full field of them, it is a spectacular sight. Fortunately, we've only got low numbers this weekend. That'll certainly improve when we return with the Australian Championship in July, making its return to Ipswich. Preston's now cracked the second. It's 1.082 between he and Sagadak. Ensby 1.6 seconds behind Sagadak at the moment. He'll be happy if he can maintain it, Jordan Ensby. This race bringing to an end this IROC as part of Rotax Life race meeting. Preston's lead remaining at 1.1 seconds. They've had to work hard over the weekend. These boys are on lap number 13. Sagadak with a personal best there, a 45.783. Preston's just controlling the pace at the moment. Tom Hunter still in fourth spot. We'll come into view fairly shortly. And Matty Puck, fifth on the track at the moment. Ensby was actually quicker than Sagadak on that lap. Only 5/100ths, but still quicker. Bailey, of course, very experienced with this type of competition. There'll be 5 remaining when they come around this time. So Preston looking for the perfect weekend now. 5 laps to go in the IROC. For those of you at the track, once we complete the on-track competition, we'll have the trophy presentations. Thanks to all of our volunteer officials here at the Ipswich Kart Club over the weekend who've turned out and given their time to assist us in going racing. Also to Ian Black and the team at IKD, the Australian distributor of the Rotax product. There's been now 3 of these Rotax Life events held around Australia. They assist, well, they're a compulsory perspective for the drivers that want to go on to represent Australia at the grand finals. That selection process will take place in the middle of September down at the Albury-Wodonga Kart Club. And then the team of 4 will be off to the Kingdom of Bahrain the first weekend in December. It's always a popular event, the Rotax Grand Finals. It'd be great to have it in Australia one day. Sagadak a new quickest lap, 45.587. Preston up the front's just cruising on home at the minute. Doesn't need to wear out the equipment or his body. Two to go for Jack Preston now to get another victory and continue this good vein of form that he's in. Dominated the stars of karting early on in the year, held during Grand Prix week. Antti Kiminelli. How about I say that again? Kimi Antonelli, the F1 driver, out at the track during the event. I believe the new documentary on Kimi's rise to Formula One. It's fascinating. Haven't had the time to watch it just yet. One lap to go here at IROC for Jack Preston. So Preston through the Video Pro corner for the last time. It's been a big weekend here for this first of its kind event. Preston plucking gears around 30 a lap on this course. Checkered flags at the ready. Jack Preston comes to the line and gets the win for the Kart Republic. Sagadak home in second spot. Then it was Ensby waiting now on Tom Hunter to come to the line. And Matty Parker, who'll round out our finishes in this one. Well, that completes our live coverage here this weekend of the IROC. I trust that you've enjoyed every piece of it. Until next time, my name's Matt Payne. So long, everybody, and goodbye.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.